everyone, and welcome back to another Ace Attorney stream. We are on the third game, Trials and Tribulations, Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout, and today the plan is to finish the Recipe for Turnabout episode. So let's get straight into it. So, how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? It got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus now, we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what Old Man Kudo saw, the apron, straps, and the ribbon. And that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionness. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah, we've got to find one for Maggie or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty. Nothing extra there, so let's start moving. Anything over here? I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Anything over here? Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call in the officers for the briefing, quick. Can't you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet. But my email pen pal 1337... That Asian princess, I guess? Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No! 1337 Asian princess! Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy, more like panicking if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. Hey, that's the police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute. That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it. And now it's the national symbol of the police. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right? She's not an it, Nick. She's a she, right, Chief? Yep, meet the pink badger. So one's called blue and the other one's called pink, but they're both called badger? You got it. They're married. Mr. and Mrs. Badger seem to be cuffed together, Chief. You got it. That's marriage for you. Whoa, a mascot that's deeper than the deepest of deep oceans. I'm not gonna question it. This must be the chief of detectives here. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut off. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Alternately, you could write up some reports, just a suggestion. Dear 1337 Asian Princess, how are you? I'm okay. How was the show last night? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume to become chief. You're already gonna run Crane Village at some point, Maya. You have no time to become chief. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. That's a keeper. Better to go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. He must be coming up with some slogans for a crime prevention campaign, but I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. Alright. Well, I guess all we know is that the police force is in a panic. Empty as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. That's it. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, that sounds like... Now just call an 8, pal. Come on. I know you can do it. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was, I was just, I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set. What can I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it for once. Hey, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Would he have preferred crumbly, like, aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Something like that. Wah. Wah! But please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh, man. Poor Gumshoe. Dang it. Now he's heartbroken. So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess? I don't know how to describe it, really. It was... delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste, and I just realized. It's bad. That's it. I tasted bad. It's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you paid 20 bucks for it, you know? Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey, Nick. Maybe that's why Glenn Elg came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome, speaking of speaking of Glenn Elg, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows seeing he's here? Alright. To ask him about the radio first. So, what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something? Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe. You can tell little me. What were you listening to? Nothing, really. It was just the, daily exercise show. Really? Ha ha ha. This lunch special lobster super sure is great. Then why are there tears in your eyes? I already know what it is. Here, let's ask him about Glenn Elg first. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? Ugh, he wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit where Mr. Elg worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. Somehow I doubt that. I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? Alright. I am going to present this to you because I'm pretty sure I know what you were listening to. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it's related to... I think it's related to the lottery ticket. I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glenn Elg did. It's... It's not like you can see right through me. Huh? I've cracked him already? See, pal, that's why I said it was nothing. Yeah, I figured it would be that easy. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's with everyone and the lottery? So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, see? And thought just... And they've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day of he was killed. Yeah. What time is it now? It's just after 1:30. And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah, look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Alright. Millionaire Radio, that sounds cool. I wanna try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Alright. Oh, we can go to the kitchen still. I thought that was gonna be locked to us afterwards. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Oh, it's that girl again. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturalent. I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. He he he. No, 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 stop it, I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. Mais no, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you do not have to worry. I know you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of the sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. He he he. Ah, I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. Who is that woman? Ugh, I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I become the nervous wreck. There. Oh, wee wee, that feels good. Ugh. Oh la la, excuse moi, monsieur. My eyes, my eyes! Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need the oil of the sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you are right, monsieur. It happens that the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the problem is the problem people do not understand it. They think it is tray. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays. Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But the restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to la finale. No one will take it from me. The woman just now. So, who was that woman you were just talking to? Oh la la, you saw that. Well, yes, sorry. So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? And she likes raw meat and fires, right? I'll be back next month. Oui, oui, naturalmente. I will be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. Now that I think about it. Hey, Maya. I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well then, let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens. Piece of evidence? Piece of evidence? What piece of evidence? My guess is that I don't have it and it has something to do with fire. Okay. I'll keep in mind that I'm supposed to show him something. Let's go to Vitamin Square before we go to blue screens. Oh great, the bike's back. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of birdseeds. I was kinda hoping he wouldn't be here anyway, at least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. spikes back. Hey, check this out. I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in it for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine a tiger loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real Phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? I don't know. I don't think there's anything here. Okay. Let's go check blue screens out. Well, this is fancy. This doesn't look like a computer company. It looks like some sort of, I don't know, science, futuristic science lab server room. Wow, this place is so high-tech you can almost smell the electricity in the air. It is a computer firm, Maya. They wouldn't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Oh, hello. I'm sorry, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. I knew it looked like a laboratory. There's far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot of some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director. The director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. Oh, reference. And that thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glenn Elg's? Well, yeah, I'm guessing they're all programmers, Phoenix. Didn't you describe that as an average programmer's device in this day and age? That's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Alright, let's ask this lady some questions. So, what exactly is the firm's business? I will try to simplify it so you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating devices and source level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff, you got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yeah, come back to disk. Digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of on logical access to shared global varieties, influences, response time, variabilities, and memory overheads vital and important. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all that? I followed none of it. Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know, it's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's the one in front of you. Okay. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Alright, well, let's examine his desk. It's a horse calendar. Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know? She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Huh? This calendar? What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah. It says meet with the tiger. The tiger? I'm guessing that's Phoenix's phony. Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? For betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these. This guy was obsessed with gotcha. Well, not so much that, but just gambling in general. Looks like they're all losing tickets though. This many tickets would get you, what, $1 at the recycling center? But I don't know you were so hard that you tried to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. He's really pounding on that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet they're where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I could become Old CD's apprentice. And what about your spirit medium training? Oh, whoops. Okay, same thing. Hey, look, Nick! It's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use the computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's human, Maya, not a computer. Alright, ask her about the tickets? Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop access password is protected. Super admin restricted desktop access protected? What? This is madness. No, Maya, that's Sparta. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. A code word, Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elg. What do you say? Alright. About Elg. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from one or two bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We've got to find out what his trouble was exactly. About Mr. Elk. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Yeah, I figured. 3 psyche locks. I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Well, I'm guessing it's his, tickets. I'm guessing that has something to do with it. I don't know if we have enough. I guess there's nothing wrong with trying. Because we do have some things definitely tied to this. So how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What's she talking about? I guess I'd better just take a shot to see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's trouble have something to do with this? What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? And what is the relevance of losing these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elk, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling habit wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery, horse racing. He bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps? No! You are right, Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? That's true, but Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was deep in trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. The tiger. Mr. Elg met with someone on the day he was killed. He even made a note on this calendar about meet with the tiger. What is the relevance of that? If you're trying to suggest was meeting him to discuss his debt, yeah, that is what I'm thinking. But I have never heard anything about this tiger before. Maybe he's not even human. Maybe he really is a tiger. I'm no programmer, but does she really expect me to buy such messed up logic? In that case, I think it's time to introduce you to the tiger. Oh. Okay, we don't have enough yet. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather more clues before I try again. Yeah, because I think the tiger is Phoenix's so-called phony. And he should be at Vitamin Square by now, right? Guess not. Hmm. Just thinking what I can do next. Oh, maybe I can get more... Because we were supposed to show Gene Armstrong some evidence. And it just came to mind. I think I know what it is. I think it's his loan contract. So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Keep harassing me from month after month. And then, the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? Miss bien, sir, if I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with the salad garnish. I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Ah, please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. The woman who just came in here earlier, I take it that she's, why as it comes to this, what a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt. It is a sign of the bad world that we live in. No, I'd say it's more of a sign of the bad culinary skills. The woman who is here is the scary woman. She is the loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? We, tender lender, it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow money from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? $10 sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So, lender tender is a loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. I have a feeling they do. I am a weak woman when I am upset. I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to I'm loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like a slave. I have to do everything that tells me. Um, who the who's this he? The tiger. The tiger. We is the manager of the tender lender and terrifying man, the big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling, and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no, 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 no. The man has a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have the spiky air, just like you. There is a resemblance. I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. Yep, so Tiger is the phony Phoenix, after all. And he's a big mobster. Great. If you want to visit the Lender Tender, it is just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey Nick, if you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the honor. Uh, why did I read offer as honor? What's wrong with me? Thanks for the offer, just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Alright. Let's go to this lender tender place then. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct for now. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, see you later then. Bye. What's the big case though? Oh, he's back. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I've kind of got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for Maggie actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got it early so I could make it. It's been really I've been really worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could eat this much meat. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So, will you give it to her? It took me ages to make. So please, say you will, pal. I can't exactly say no, can I? Tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. Well, I say we go to give it to Maggie now before Maya eats it. He's finally gone. She's still not there though. I guess we can't give it to Maggie yet. Vitamin Square. Lender Tender. There we go. Oh yeah, this place looks great. This place gives off a real strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Gulp. Talk about a creepy voice. It makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. You're here to discuss alone? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone, just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time. But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick, let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'd be okay? Of course, no one will ever know. Coffee? She might know. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. Sorry, Maya. We gotta examine stuff. What's this? It's a punching bag. What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that. What do you mean walking around? The design's gross to start with, and it's practically too heavy to be practical. And why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? It's not a bag like that, Maya. Sometimes this girl is just... Somebody send her back to school is all I'm gonna say. I knew it. I was right before. Back at Tribulations, Paris fashion is more my thing. I really, really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. I'm sorry to say, I don't think she is. Anyway, let's look around. Said not to touch the desk. I'm gonna leave that for last then. Let's see, this round doll thing is called a Durama. Doraemon. No, not Doraemon. It's a Durama, I think. A Daruma. Daruma. There we go. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you're wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? Heh, I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always right himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now this yellow thing. This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm any expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know? Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Gulp. Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is this? A repair bill? It looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? 15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane. The car is registered to Cadaverous. Huh. So it's not even the tiger's car. Why would someone else repair bill be in the tiger's office? Duh, they're paying people's bills. Hey, look at this Parison-style coat. It's so chic. Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. It's a suit. It is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. The same color as my suit. Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you've got to take a look at some cake. Ah! I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? Creepy. Ah, I'm scared, Nick. So, what are you getting so excited about before? Look on the lapel of the suit. That's that's an attorney's badge. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper. Yeah, it's literally cardboard. And poorly drawn, I must say. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? I don't know. Win through compromise. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. It must mean that if they look the trouble to frame it like that. It must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense to me. That. Ah! That's Tender Lender's guiding principle. Oh. Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan. Oh, what? That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. Shudder. Okay, well, let's look at the desk now. Or at least the CD player. There's a CD player on the desk. And the desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah, yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? Hehehe. Gulp. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. That coffee, it was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh, wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. Why are you eating burgers for breakfast, Maya? I I sure hope so. We'd better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? What? It's not Rocco's soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? No, it's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way, that woman'll make us drink more coffee if we do. Alright. Oh, there's stuff on the floor. Oh no, someone dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's going to be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a lot of charcoal. How did she manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh, hey. There's a book of matches here too. You know, I have a feeling that Maya's just really strong. Oh, Tres Bien. Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second. What is it? Look what's printed on the cover. It says Tres Bien. These matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them. Oh, excuse me. Getting a phone call. Hi guys, I'm back. Sorry for the kind of long break. Oh, accidentally clicked that. Yeah, the pilot light for the boiler, the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. Gra. I'm guessing that's the phony Phoenix. Ah! Come out from under the desk, Maya. What you two snooping around in my office for? Nothing. We're just... Ah, my precious carpet. You got ash on my rug. You gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us. It was... Yous wanna argue with me? Is that what you doing? You think yous can take me on? I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into my new rugs. Ah! Oh. Don Tiger, you're back. Ack, that voice. It's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tiger. I knocked over the ashtray earlier and... Eek! Has she got a death wish or what? Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing. What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Gra, Phoenix Wright. Yes? You're either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I work so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan. So it was him. He's my phony. Heh, but I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? Heh heh heh. You should have left the little girl at home, right? Um, I have a few things. No questions. This is the last time we meet. Wait, please. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it either. The espresso. Ah! And cookies. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tenderlender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business, a conscientious rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling that sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from this place? Not so much. Tender Lender is on your side. Heh heh heh. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right. I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here, that incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger? Furio Tiger. Furio? Tiger? What's with the tiger thing comes from? Zin Eos got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him. Alright, alright. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tiger? Cookie. Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Heh heh heh. Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. Heh heh heh. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and his scary girl doing working together? We are lovers. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I owe Don Tiger my life. He's the one who saved me. The tiger saved you? Please, address him properly as Don Tiger. Otherwise, I'll have to... Okay, Don Tiger, of course, I'm sorry. He saved your life? I'd sure like to know how that happened. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once. Heh heh. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope. I guess they were expecting her... Oh, I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river style. But Don Taguer, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was unhappy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided to pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got a bandage around your head? Heh heh heh. This? So what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. Heh heh heh. Fatal injury? Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once? Oh. Four locks. She really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. I doubt I have enough from her. Let's move on for now. There he is. Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again. There, take this, and get out of my park! Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya. Just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Ka. Hey, he just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. I bet it really hurt his pride in the court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Ha, pigeon, ka. Well, look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons, in with good fortune. Ow, 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 seeds, shell splinters, painful. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Ka, everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at a serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal. Not at all. Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino. We hear you. And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. We're really sorry. So, I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you. Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo. Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this. You said you were a craftsman, right? God, the modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't come an embroiderer, I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, "Objection!" Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all. I got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out. If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What do we do? Let's cut in then. Actually, we've got places to go, things to check and stuff. Maybe another time. Fine, whatever. Just don't forget I got a tsunami's worth of grumbling to do. Yes, yes. This girl right here is really looking forward to hearing it all, honest. What? I never said that. Come to the place where I work then. Here, bring this along with you. What is this? It's covered in seeds. A discount coupon for a burger? He really wants someone to grumble at, huh? Although it is a burger joint. Well, Maya seems like the perfect place for you. Why don't you go listen to his grumbling? I don't really want to. You said you were a craftsman, right? The modern world crass, honest craftsmen like my aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen, right down to the time of the shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born to be one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. Wait, did I accidentally click the wrong... I clicked the right thing, or the same thing or something, right? Oh. I guess I don't need to go to the point where I don't cut in. Fine. Guess I better let him talk. So, there's not much call for craftsmen these days, huh? Of course not, you idiot! All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of two-bit community handyman? Well... Buy some bread now, that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding these seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, did he just say at home and at that restaurant? Hold up, by restaurant, are you talking about Tres Bien? Didn't you just ask to run an errand there too? Yes, I did, and very day that young Brant was poisoned. What? What was the errand? So, on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over on the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast. I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. Excuse-moi, you, call the police. Call them yourself. I should have said back, call them yourself, I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at that time. So, did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. So, you called them on your cell phone? Do I look like I have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one? I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened. Yes, sirree, the owner was at Tres Bien on his own. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. Wait a minute, if that's the case, there's more I've got to say. Oh yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. It's not my fault, though yous are the ones to blame. You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? Well, not so much that, but it's important that Mr. Armstrong was left alone for 5 minutes. There's a lot you can do in 5 minutes, especially if you move fast. What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious, which leaves that that man, alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Exactly what I'm thinking. Ah! Oh, sure. You go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, We need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Alright. Well, I guess we'll go to Mr. Armstrong first. Looks like Mr. Armstrong is out again. But the place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. Maybe. Let's go talk to Maggie. Oh, Mr. Wright. Hello, Maggie. So, you finished questioning you? They finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. Is it possible she is the one misremembering things? Or is everyone else just trying to cover up? Or more like, maybe the chef's trying to cover everything up. And the old man already has a bad memory, so... I feel like her memory is the only good memory in this situation. Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today? That it was the waitress who put some white powder into his cup? So, you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Which we found at the lender tender place? Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? No, not MC Screwdriver. It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication that's gone missing too. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. You said that you passed out when the victim Glenn Elg collapsed, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. So, between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived at the scene, you had no idea what went on at Tribulations. No, no idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old Seedy wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious, which means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No, you don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? That's exactly what I think, personally. When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong wasn't involved in this at all. Grr, it's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke to him earlier. I don't know, the things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about Old Seedy. Okay. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Is he really not that bad of an old man when he's throwing seeds at everyone that obviously have been hurting them? Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo's testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Alright. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true that there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say. It was an old man. Okay then, how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. But the other customer was a woman. Oh. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. I bet that was Violetta. Maybe the old man wasn't even there to begin with, and he's just remembering a story he was fed or something? And the people who were really inside the restaurant was the victim, the two tender lender people who are trying to collect money from the owner. It was probably all a thing put together. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh. Okay. Yep. That was Violetta. Creepy. Cackling? Why do I get a feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? Because you have Phoenix. Sometimes I swear his mind's just not working. Am I able to show her right now to see if it does anything? I don't. Doesn't seem to be letting me show people. Huh? Maybe he's lonely and wants attention. Phoenix has memory of a goldfish. Yeah, I swear he doesn't remember anything a lot of the time. Well, I guess we're gonna... Oh, guess we're not gonna talk to him. He's not there yet. I don't know. I thought presenting her would be the right thing to do, but it doesn't... Oh, now it works. I know I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now, so I can't use my connections to help you. All I can tell you about now is info about ex-cons or the clientele of Tribulations, sir. Don't let it get to you. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. Okay, I guess that would show too much. But apparently that wouldn't. Holy smokes, that's him! Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan. For the record, I'm not sunburned like an over-dried tomato, so I don't know how... He told me he'd been on the business trip to Hawaii, and that's where he got the tan. I'm not hearing this. Alright. I feel much better after the morning. I've been a bit of a Okay. Yeah, no, I've already done this. Okay, anything about him? Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. I can't believe someone as nice as him could have anything to do with this. Well, in the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene and had a chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There was no one else there. Mr. Armstrong wouldn't set me up, would he? I think he did. I don't know, I think I've done everything I can with her. Nothing new there. Let's ask Maya. Well, I'm officially at a loss as to where to start. Well, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first. I guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use. Yeah, that's true. And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow I think the key to this case has got to be at Tribulations. Well then, let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, and we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too. Right, I forgot I had his testimony. Where was it again? When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. Sorry. Okay. Let's see if Maggie has anything to say to that. Oh, I feel much better after the trial this morning. It feels forever since it... Okay. Yeah, no, that didn't do anything. Alright. Guess back to Tribulations. Everything here looks normal. I feel like everything here looks normal too. Vitamin Square. Maybe ask him about it. Would you mind taking a look at this? Ka! Excuse me? You let me get 1,000,000 of my grumbles off my chest and I'll take one quick look. I've got an earthquake of frustration inside and it's ready to rumble. On second thought, forget it. 1,000,000 grumbles for one quick look doesn't sound like a good deal to me. Yeah. Maybe he recognizes him. Would you mind taking a look at this? Okay, no. Maybe her? Okay, no. Alright, back to Tenderlender. About this. More coffee? You must have more. No, thanks. I've had enough, really. I'm so thirsty. I can't leave the office. I can't tell you about anything, except Don Taguer. Okay. What about this? No. Of course she wouldn't say anything about that. About this? No. Oh, the lunch. I completely forgot. Completely forgot to give her Gumshoe's lunch that he made for her. Oh yeah, I've got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But... She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But... I guess so. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Poor Gumshoe. We're gonna have to tell him that later too, I bet. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Just let Soon Young Guy was about to confess her hot son... Wait. Was about to confess her son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. Wow, this place is really buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus! A virus! A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. But I really need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm not gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes? No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from the place like this, you hear? Okay. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. Oh, we're not thinking about borrowing money, detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be an even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble recently. Did they eat the food in front of her? Yeah, they probably did. To be fair, she gave it back to them, but I doubt she really wanted to. She's just angry with Gumshoe right now, which, honestly, I feel like she really shouldn't be. He really is just trying to help her. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in the business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? We better find out what the story is with this lady. So, what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus. Sure, I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool, don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Because there definitely are. Also, I can't believe they haven't put two together who the lady is. It's obviously Violetta. Okay, fine, I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. Alright, what's a virus? A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. So, it goes inside and goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've been storing on your PCs here in the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage we're talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? Well, I bet that's why they call it a computer virus, after all. But, Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. I bet he wasn't even thinking of doing something like that. Who, what, where, when, and why would the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it too, before too. Alright. Let's see if showing her does anything this time. That's the girl who works over at Tenderlunder. Ah, you want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Violetta Cadavereni. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadavereti. Bruto Cadaver Cadaverini. Cadaverini? Let's go with that. Bruto Cadaverini. Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family. The Cadaverinis. That's one scary sounding name. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Cadaverinus? Cadaverinis? I don't know. Cadaver like a corpse, I get it. Cadaverinis. Yeah, that makes sense. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. Alright. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. The black market, huh? And that includes Tenderlunder, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini, and I mean no one. Interesting. So Viola's the grandfather of some mafia boss then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. It's funny, I don't think I've ever said any of these names. Yeah, unless you're streaming and just writing all these things, I bet most people playing these games just read to themselves. They can be hard to say. Some work better written. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Well, and when they made this game, they probably didn't think about people reading it out loud, I guess. So, how did she end up at Tenderlunder? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tenderlunder are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. There's something else I need to... Here, let's show him this. What do you think about this, Detective Gumshoe? Sorry, pal. I can't discuss anything connected to the case. Okay. That's nothing there. What do you think about this, Detective Gumshoe? Sorry, pal. Okay, nope. CD? Oh, ah! Ah, darn it, I thought it was nothing, so I was skipping stuff. This is it. The stupid name, I remember now. I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. So the guy was carrying around a virus? Oh, maybe that's why Tenderlender wanted him dead, so they could use the virus to their advantage, I guess? What? Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of the law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know, some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer, in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around just like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff of criminals and viruses. It almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. I have a feeling it's our victim. The focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus on the black market. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In millions? A virus can be worth that much? Ah, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? I don't want to tell him. Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? I hate weenies. Oh, yeah, those weenies. Lied to him. Honestly, I might if there's a chance because... Well, the thing is that he's gonna find out the truth eventually, so... It's better to tell him now. But it is gonna break his little old heart. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Huh? Well... It was... delicious. Yeah? That's what she said, really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal? And deliver this. This sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one. Oh boy. There has to be a better way to say that. Yeah, they haven't been very good at talking about the weenies. That's for sure. And I don't think there's a good way to talk about them unless you stop calling them weenies. I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. Oh no. Well, at least we didn't have to tell him. But do we really have to bring it back to her? I really can't eat anymore. Oh, good, she's not there. Alright. We've, we've blocked two big conflicts today. He's still not back. Dang it. What now? I was kind of hoping that he would be back at this point. How much dirt do I have now? Actually, let's go to blue screens. I feel like they might be able to help if we show them the virus. Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness. No, Maya, that is Sparta. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. A code word? Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elk. What do you say? Well, we already did that. Did she have anything to hide? I can't quite remember. Oh yeah, Glen's troubles. Maybe we have enough to unlock her psyche locks at this point. Glen's troubles. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak with someone in our customer service. What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it goes. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this? What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elk, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes going to the horses from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling habit wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? He also did lottery a lot. The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No! You are right, Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But If you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real problem was a someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. And that was Furier Tiger. Furio Tiger, the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender? People with business should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No, no, no. I mean about Mr. Elg. You think Elg had something to do with Furio Tiger? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really, because I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger knew each other. That was his calendar. Furio Tiger, aka the Tiger, is the boss of the loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. No! It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000. Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. But he died, like, right after. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay. So, the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What program computer is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by chance this? Well, this is it, isn't it? Talents equal stripping. No, it's definitely his programming. I can see why your mind headed that way, though. This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No! Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer. But it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations. Where do you come up with these ideas? It's definitely not it, Maya. So, it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus, yes. It was a work of genius in a bad sort of way. Of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1,000,000 on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. I see. So if he just waited a little bit longer and looked at those lottery... well, I would say look at those lottery tickets sooner. But then the radio only comes at a certain time. So I guess the only way he could have avoided all of this would have been to have just booked the meeting later in the day by pure luck. Great, he had to be 2 times lucky. I guess he wouldn't be needing these horse tickets anymore. Lends Elg's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick. Alright, well, I think that's all I want to get from her. Is Mr. Armstrong back in the building yet? Nope. Of course he's not. Well, I guess all we can do then is maybe see if we can break Viola. Move. Well, let's see. Not Viola, Violetta. The head bandage. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Hee hee. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? What could it have been to do with? A head injury. A car repair bill for 15,000. Paid by Tiger to the Cavadera family. Was it that? I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that a car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill was made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Oh, it does say Viola. I guess Viola is short for Violetta. Tell me, what do the Cavardinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Calvadinis is very strong, and this is why. Okay, I know Gumshoe said that her name was Calvardini, or Cadaverini, but I guess her name's there, so I guess that's enough proof. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cavardini. You sustained that injury in the traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. So, what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cavardini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stayed, I'd have... is it possible... Could the person who committed the hit and run be... I think it's Furio Tiger. It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tiger. I refuse to believe it. Still broke one of her locks. We collided the motorbike and my car. But Don Tiger isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash, I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Mr. Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger is involved in a traffic accident on his bike. And that would be the bike itself, because it's pretty beaten up. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tiger rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Mr. Cadaverini, or Miss Cadaverini, I don't know why I said Mr. You know the truth, don't you? Hehehe. This repair bill was paid by Furio Tiger. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside of me, I know they may be true. I knew it. But Don Tiger still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. She seems kinda hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tiger told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believed him. Really, but do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but because of someone else. Because of something else. I'm guessing it was just because of the money he owed, right? I know this must be quite a shock for you, but overcoat. Sorry? I made it myself. It's been so cold lately. Yeah, just hearing your voice sends shivers down my spine. Please, try it on. Oops. What was the oops for? I'm missing a few pins. I must have left them in my coat. On second thought, I'm fine. Thanks. Roasty Toasty, that's me. Don Tiger told me, you see. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believed him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for your operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Oh, someone. Oh, her grandfather. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigera would have paid the money? $1 million. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it wasn't nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million? My grandfather ordered Don Tiger to pay it. $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into serious trouble. But $1 million? This has to be related to her poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tiger said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. 1 million isn't a lot of money for an American medical operation. Yeah, well, I think a lot of the costs they're throwing out there were a lot at the time, but now it's kind of normal, I would say. Sadly. Yeah, sad but true. See, I'm Canadian, so it's like more is covered, but there are still a lot of stuff medical wise we still have to pay for. It's not all free like some people might believe. So I'm sure there's some medical operation that's gonna be that much. Well, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not very accident prone myself, so I haven't really been to the hospital that much. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money it was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cat Davarini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Let's hope you stay. Yeah, honestly, it's what I hope for pretty much everyone in the world. But of course, some people aren't so lucky, and Yeah. But all you can hope is that everyone stays happy and healthy, you know? Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of those tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Oh, it's probably poisoning and betrayal because he was in the same boat with his girlfriend in one of the cases. She poisoned someone and then betrayed Phoenix to cover it all up. We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah, I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Repair bill thrown into the trash. Alright. Now, let's hope that the chef is back in the building. Finally. Even though I don't really want to talk to him. I really needed to talk to you so the story could move on. Bonjour. I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Oh, well, it hasn't got anything to say to you. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. Ah, it's Zinioff. Maya, you can stop saying Phoenix backwards. We know his name now. Who are you calling Zinni Oopie? Ah! Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You want to play those games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Mr. Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what... You want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. Gameplay-wise, I understand getting rid of the bill. I would keep it as lawyer. Yeah, I would keep it too, but it is nice to get rid of stuff during the story so I don't have to think about it anymore. So, yeah, it definitely makes sense gameplay-wise. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the 1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that too. We. Mr. Armstrong. Honestly, how did Phoenix not see this coming? Forgive me, Désolé. I cannot argue wisdom. That really hurt. Is that all you's got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. That's what I'm saying. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Yep. And just like the first Von Karma case, Oh, I guess not. The Detective Gumshoe. Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, Copper? Beat it. Gah! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys get out of here. Leave this guy to me. Well, we'll see if we lose our evidence like the first Von Karma case, or if Gumshoe gets it back then. But, go pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Wow, Gumshoe's really sticking it out for Maggie. He really does like her. Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. Well, hopefully Gumshoe doesn't get hurt that badly. And we still have our evidence, so that's good. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow, in court. Yep, Gumshoe to the rescue. Alright. Let's go to that trial. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended in a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that. That little flash of doubt in your eyes? No, it wasn't doubt. It was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's clearly time, Maggie. You'd better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Oh yeah, did you finally get the results on the tests of that? Like, that took forever. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. Well, honestly, I'm not surprised they don't remember it because that happened pretty much during the start of the case. Come to think of it, it doesn't look like it's one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple days ago. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many they're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis back from the lab. 2 days to analyze what that was in that bottle. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Oh, it was the missing medication for the victim's perforated eardrum. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears, you mean? Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg used for his erupted eardrum. What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? Well, obviously it was stolen. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but that's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it. today's trial, I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Oh, I just realized it doesn't seem like Gumshoe got hurt at all. That's honestly kind of surprising, but very good. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good, then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into his victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank it with his right hand. And according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet, the victim's left ear was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Huh. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world you see keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in there. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. And you are? Oh, bonjour everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner of chef of Les Tribulations restaurant. Enchanté? Forgive me for asking, witness, but you are a woman? Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am the pert and perky gentleman, no? Why does everybody think he's a woman? Like, yes, he's wearing pink, and he's a bit of a feminine man, but he's still a man. I feel like that much is obvious. On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right? With you, monsieur. Everything feels right. Huh. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations. We volunteers? When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decor that day. I like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses. He wouldn't have seen everything in reverse, no? Mirror? Oui, a grand mirror. The most enormous mirror. The way he's standing. And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. When it all happens, were two customers in... Okay. I'll question that first. And who were the two customers exactly? Ms. Of course, the young man who died. And the other not-so-young man. You are referring to yesterday's witness, I presume. What other man Maggie saw at the table? What about the other man Maggie saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. I remember I was experimenting with some new Art Deco that day. I don't think that's important. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. That might be important. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Something like 4 meters wide and we about 2 meters high? Let's see, if 1 meter is about 1 yard, holy glass in a frame, that's huge. I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. No. I decided not to go through with it in the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Let's ask him more about it. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But... You didn't ask, right? You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. How are you supposed to ask about something that you don't even think exists? Or you never saw about yourself? What? A mirror was delivered to Tribulations the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Tribulations, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. If you want to doubt someone, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror. The old man was looking at. Normally I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite, even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say if something isn't normal, it's impossible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite? Ack, not the hair. I do not have a top knot. Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Bien, logic has won la day. split earpiece and low glasses, you would have seen everything in reverse, no? Hmm. Everything he would have seen in reverse? We. Hey, Nick, we should take a sec and think about what old CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? The boy was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the green lens on his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. If he saw everything he described reflected in the mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? Well, it clears up the cup. But not the earpiece and the lens, because I think that was always on the left. Do you think old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would... Oh, whoops. Yeah, there we go. I think I got the answer here. Yeah, it's on the left. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens on his specs. No question, you can lock me up without a doubt, sort of. So, to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in the mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it isn't so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in the mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order, order. Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are you talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks. You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase sorry apology letter? I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly, the old man has one very grievous habit other than throwing seeds. And more of an impression something makes, and more muddled his mind makes. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on the left ear. Do you hear his left ear? Ha. Well, Trey... That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Godot's good. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just as rash. Amir can't beat. Amir can be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. I can explain. Please, if you look at le plans for le restaurant. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? Lemire, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That is the seat of the table next to the victim's that was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problem with the explanation you have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror, but he couldn't have seen the other chair or any of the other seats, really. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. I can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteers, of course. Ah well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Lemire, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. Why is it the first time we're hearing about this? So run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? We. We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But this is my seat in the courtroom. Tribulations' charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite. I tell you, monsieur, la mirror is there in the middle of the restaurant. Okay, there's only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. Alright. And where would that be? Oh la la! Look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep my suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too, you know? Handsome. Shall I tease you too? Nah. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting a long time. I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Bien, I will tell you. There was only one seat from which you could have seen. I'm sure the person that Mr. Godot was seeing is probably just his cup of coffee. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. Could it be just that, though? Not that. Yeah, because he was able to see everything. And I still don't see a mirror. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo. Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Ha! Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Well, that was mean. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is something that should not exist? Well... something that should not exist. Honestly, even though the old man said he got the vase wrong, looking at it now, it's like... I feel like the vase should be closer to the middle and it should have been knocked over. This is what should not be in the picture. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you've lost me. Aha, I suppose it's up to me to clarify the defense's claim. The something that shouldn't exist is clearly... Wait, I've changed my mind, Your Honor. The last thing I need right now is a scalding hot coffee shower. Dang it. I thought that was it. Oh, wait a minute. It was that, but it was the other seat because he said he knocked his vase over and not the victim who knocked the vase over. It was that one, right? Yeah. Okay. Could do that. Can't believe it took me so long to realize. If he was sitting there, then this should have been knocked over. I think it took me so long to realize because I kept assuming that the old man was like on the other side of the restaurant. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. A vase? What possible connection does this have with the witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table, because it clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. His testimony note, or his sorry letter, There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not in the fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection in. Exactly. There is one other conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Trey's bien that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police was taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Gah. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Yet we just went in a whole circle. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? Ha! You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trey, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then it'll be much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason. Why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. Made a mistake. That your doctor made a mistake. The victim was a phony. Honestly, this case is filled with phonies. Maybe the victim was a phony. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim witnessed were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. And that's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Phew! He just needed to drink some coffee to take a spit take. This guy. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? Trey, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trey. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was the serving girl brought him a Javachino and she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but there was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was fake as well? It's true that there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening, but he was also in on it. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Ooh la la, this is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there in fact a phony at Tres Bien that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately display in detail the events in the restaurant that day. Oui. Le victim, Monsieur Elg, he came into my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There was no other customers. When he got word of he won the lottery, Mon Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. Monzer was no time for a phony to do the lacing. Okay, that's the story he's going with then. Haha, this is not the way I was expecting this case to go. Yeah, I don't know. I heard somebody once say that this is like the circus case of the third game, which I guess I get that. It's definitely one of the more wackier cases. And part of me is like, okay, I'm kind of getting where this is going, but there are the odd thing that pops up, and I'm just like, well, that happened, I guess. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant at all. Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted the mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. I'm thinking so. I love these games, but I don't remember most of the cases, though. It's all a nice surprise. Well, that's good that it's been a while, so you're still, like, surprised and enjoying the element of surprise that these games bring along with it. The victim, Monsieur Elg, came to my restaurant alone. I remember... Okay, this is... I forgot we were in questioning period already. But yeah, it's like the last case. I totally thought, what was her name? Miss Delight was part of what was going on, but it's like, no, she just had no idea. Which I think is great that a game like this can throw you for a loop like that. Anyway, let's see. Came to my restaurant alone. I remember old man arrived not long after him. There was no other customers. When he got word that he won the lottery, Elg became very excited. Gonna question that, maybe? Did you see him? No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000. Presumably, the defendant heard that too, then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked on some birdseed that got stuck in his throat. It seems like now we have yet another incident on our hands. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. You know, I'm just gonna go back and just question him on everything. Was he alone at his table as well? Mise oui. I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Ha! Unfortunately for you, Trite. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes me seem wise all of a sudden. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. By old man you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui, he comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, Monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I'd say it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. I don't know, how many minutes after? So you're saying that not much time elapsed between when the victim and Mr. Kudo arrived? Oui, that is correct. But that still leaves the possibility that something happened in that gap of time. And by your recollection, how much time would you say elapsed? Let me see, approximately 2 minutes, I say? 2 minutes, that's all? It seems unlikely that anything untoward could have happened in such a short time. Rats, I knew I shouldn't have pursuing this line of questioning. Dang it. There was no other customers. So, your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Trey? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, and you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee, if you catch my drift. But there's a hole in his testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. Then he got word of he won the lottery. Mon Elg became very excited. We already questioned that. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry? What do you mean? There is the renowned chef Jean Armstrong and the tragic poet Clarence Armstrong. Clarence? Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef in $500,000 in debt. Cooking for a man who won $500,000 on the lottery. It is called Pourquoi? It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for the court. Please don't. None there was no time for a phony to do the lacing. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? I asked the old man to call from the payphone. By your own argument, Trite. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed. Bien, it seems the shadow of doubt has been lifted. N'est-ce pas? I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh? Absolutely. Someone is impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Ah, you mean that's when the phony staged this act? We'll know for sure once I find a hole in his testimony. I'm getting a little bit more confused now. Okay. Let's see. Was it this one that had the options to it? Yeah. Let's ask what time it was now. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no. I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by the witness yesterday. The crime was reported by 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened around 20 minutes after you arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 10 p.m., no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. Ha ha ha, I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Oui, monsieur judge, everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. I can't remember the old man arrived not long after. I'm just after 2 p.m. I remember the old man arrived not long after. Not long after him, just after 2 p.m. Alright, let's press that. Are you absolutely sure about the time? When I think really hard, I am sure it was just after 2. Oui? It is the time I stopped serving the lunch menu. Quite right. I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time. Haha. I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already. Witness, get on with your testimony, please. Okay. What do I have here? Okay, sports paper, clipping magazine, job listings. Surprised we still have the job listings thing. Let's see. Between 1:30 and 2:30. A photo of the crime scene. Winning ticket. Apron. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. That seems a bit early. Yeah, no, because he's saying around 2. That's earlier than 2. You know, I'm gonna connect it to this one. I'm afraid I've finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Quoi? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be the show Mon Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with his testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. That show is broadcasted live at 1:30 p.m. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it was announced that he won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred at 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by the point in time. No! The victim we've been told about has nothing to do but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There's only one consideration you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs at Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudos to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how do you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court, however. At the time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand what happened here. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Nah! Where would he hide? Well, I would kind of just assume in the kitchen, because nobody else really went in the kitchen. The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg concealed? I think it was inside. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Tribulations was... well, it could only have been the kitchen. The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Oh, the small bottle. It must have fell from the body and mixed in with the other aromatherapy things. So, Armstrong probably just didn't realize. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where is that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Quoi? But I only ever use the bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an... oh, not this word again. Otolathar... Laryngeological clinic and was given medication that day. Good enough. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Wow. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird, however. You were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No! That's definitely a word. Yeah, every time I see it, I'm just like, how do you pronounce it? It's such a long word. And it's a medical word at that, which, I don't know, some medical words are just like, there has to be a simpler word for this. And there usually is, like, there's, well, even something as simple as, like, aspirin, for example. I know it has some sort of crazy long word that's hard to pronounce. Of course, I don't remember it just because, well, it's crazy long and hard to pronounce. Ear doctor? Yep, that's probably the simpler term. I would think so, anyway. Oh, order. This is an extraordinary development. Development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg? Never! I could not do such a horrible thing. No. Oh, Mr. Godot? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? I don't even know how many cups of coffee he's has had by now. Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, Chief. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H deficient friend? Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español? Mr. Armstrong and por favor in Spanish. I think those are switched around, Judge. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? No. Absolutely no. I Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As well as does my gavel. It is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. It was true. I hid the body in the kitchen. I'm surprised he said that much already. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with There was a reason. why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it, you must believe me. You were forced? By who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. Then Mr. Elg died. When Mr. Elg died, was he really the only person at his table? There was another man. Finally, I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and tell him to tell us the name of the real killer. I'm just gonna show him the man who I think did it. Furio Tiger. Let's end this dance of ring around the rosy, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to. Ah, who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, I don't know, maybe a month ago in this very courtroom? This man is Furio Tiger. He's the manager of a loan office called Tenderlender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tiger, at least not while he had this on you. Let's see. There we go, loan contract. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. Oui, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong, Le Tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting with the victim to demand he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the unconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tiger. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I never knew about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it? I was not... It is despicable. Mr. Godot, will you summon this Furio Tiger as a witness? I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. "30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more." How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well, your request is granted, Mr. Godot. Hugh will resume once Mr. Tiger is ready to take the stand. Until then, Court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. I will be very impressed if he gets Mr. Tiger in there in 30 minutes. Because he's not gonna go willingly. Or at least I don't think so. I'm 99% sure that he won't go willingly. Alright. So, we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked it up on it. Remember? He pointed out that without proof, he didn't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line and prosecution he takes... Oh, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in more trouble. That was definitely a brain fart. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumping about? Detective, your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot kettle calling the kettle black. Little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot. Honestly, if it's not a top knot, then what is it? Anyway, never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda get wound up. Ugh. No kidding. You gotta have something to tell you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. An hour? The trial will reconvene by then. But Nick, we still don't have a real decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprints analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? I don't think we needed to take that for something so little. Haha, brain farts will happen after reading out loud for so long. Yeah. Brain farts just happen to everyone randomly. Sometimes it doesn't even matter what you're doing. I know most of the time in high school, anytime I had a brain fart, I was usually doing like some sort of math class or math test or something of the sort. If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solved the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. Got it. Gumshoe to the rescue again. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Frio Tiger? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tiger, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well, please show Mr. Tiger to the stand. Well, he doesn't look happy. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Grah! Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there is room for me down there, too. What's you say to me? Then nothing, I didn't say nothing, honest. Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge? I got business to take care of, you hear me? So, who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? Ack, no, of course not. It was the judge. Great, now we don't have a judge. I guess this case is canceled. Everyone go home. Your Honor? Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout. We all can hear you. What'd you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Grr. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Maya's still under the table. Honestly, I don't blame her. Tiger is a pretty, scary guy. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, Bass Boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I've got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then? Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix Wright. Who's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Gulp. Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick. Says the one under the table. I didn't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time at the office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Who's want to check my alibi? Just to ask Violetta. Ah, at last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you're cross-examined. Ah! What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. Oh, well, I guess he dropped his pen again. Or so he's probably gonna say. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. What lowlife ain't no lawyer? He just punches away at stupid detail till he wins. Lowlife, me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $5,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think you ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. Ha! I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's not really not. This witness is. How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. Yous better be listening. I said I got business to take care of, big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. Alright. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Alright, I'm not gonna press much then. Only things I really want to press. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Do we think she's actually gonna come out from under there? Because I have a feeling she's not going to. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with a business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I think that's press-worthy. Are you sure about that? You're talking about 1 month ago, you know? You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. Grr. There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what? Press harder. I hope you don't get a penalty. What do you want? Oh. Thank you for the follow, Gregory Adam. If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, Trite, and you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essentially that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please. Mr. Tiger, the court asks you to add the last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. The day you's talking about, I was in the office, too. I never saw that kid before. Was in my office, too. Never saw that. Oh! We can use the calendar as the contradiction in this one. Mr. Taguer, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tiger, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg. Because on the very day of the incident you met with him. Grah ha 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 ha. Not bad, yous. Actually not bad. So, sorry? I was just messing with yous. To see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you were not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you are under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You's claiming me a liar? Is that what you's doing? Retro. Well, now he's turned into Scooby-Doo. So, you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You's better believe that's the truth. Huh. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tiger. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court witness? He never actually met the victim. That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. Maybe use better phrasing. I ain't no liar. I never met Glen Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, Tender Lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't never ever... Wait, ain't never even been to that Trez Beyond joint. Use here. I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, and he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Grr. I ain't no liar, I never met Glen Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't never even been to that Trez Bien joint. Use here. We have the matches to prove that you've been there, though. Mr. Tiger, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you's talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Tres Bien before, what was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order, order. Well, witness? I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? So, sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But, okay. I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it. It was him. He did meet Glenn Elg that day. And he did poison in his coffee. He must have. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. Then I opened the door to the joint and I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop siren on my way out and I went straight back to my office. Likely story? I see, you didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Ha! No problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. And it was already a thing. It's already in place. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know, since you's paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. Alright. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. But you couldn't have just by opening the door because there's like screens and stuff in the way, right? Where's the blueprints? Do that. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tiger? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tiger. From there, your field of vision would have been covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that just what I said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'd remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now, look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of Tres Bien, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him. You're wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo unequivocally testify. The real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly is this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg, and then impersonated his victim in the performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal in court. Do I really have to? Isn't it obvious at this point? Fine then. The killer is Furio Tiger. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? Grahahaha. Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe yous don't understand the tiger is the king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tiger. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright? Oh my god. Everyone is so scared of this dude. And, like, it makes sense, but at the same time... The judge is pretty dumb. Yeah, the judge isn't very smart. I guess I shouldn't expect the obvious to be obvious. It sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Ha! Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot? Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no, no, no. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, and she put something in it. There's no question about it. She was very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Yes, it was the waitress who... Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha! Found your pen at last, right? It was in my pocket. Ahem, but anyway. All this pen talk. Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright? I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg is really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Mr. Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that had Mr. Kudo witnessed? Another obvious thing. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. You's making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be doing home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Mr. Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true, there was another customer in the restaurant. Um, she was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh. There was just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. The radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tiger, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You's right. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give yous one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about. You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you's missing one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid, too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you's hear? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tiger? Ha! What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you can explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned El cash, about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, you see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she had done, everything would have been over. What do you mean if that waitress didn't do what she... What? Now I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you've got the veg to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 worth is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question? Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. But if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive, He has to have had one. But what is it? Okay. I'm gonna question the waitress line. There we go. The waitress, you mean? The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't got in the way, things would have been bada bing bada boom. Over and done with. Maybe I should push a little on this. Let's see. Let's ask how things would have been. What do you mean things would have been over and done with. Are yous over there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 bucks back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before the waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than the recouping of his loan, Mr. Tiger had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will now amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh? I was after $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Yes, you did. 'Cause you wanted that virus. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after. What are you getting at, Trey? What else would a money lender be after other than money? Oh, the money lender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? Oh my god. I'm not explaining it. I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral that Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money. You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program? Exactly. Hahaha, what's a yeah, seriously. How old is the judge, really? The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trey. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you had a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why would Mr. Tiger need money to the tune of $1 million? Well... because he had a $1 million bill for cranial surgery to pay. That was due last year. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million, a preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tiger had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Order, order, order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright? According to the wiki, the judge was born no later than 1971. No actual age is given. Maybe he really is from the Stone Age. Order, order, order. It says your life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did. Simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. If he was born in 71, he would be in his 30s during this game, haha. Well, you said no later than 1971, so I have a feeling it was a lot, like, sooner than 1971, so my guess is that he's a lot older. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruno Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tiger's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000 and Mr. Tiger knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tiger would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win. Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the lottery, which left Mr. Tiger with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least no legitimate way. So he resorted to an illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move. To frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tiger posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role as Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in orders to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef would have been kept in the dark about it. We already proved it. He was in debt to them, so he just worked with them. But Mr. Armstrong was in on the entire on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tiger's plan. Exactly. Order, order, silence. I will Who's put on a good show, Spiky? But yous want to stay alive in the loan shark business? You gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. Agreed. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why I took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Mr. Bird... Why do I keep saying Mr.? Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Maybe because this game has more males than females. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Mr. Trite? Trite. What was this trick you say Mr. Tiger performed to frame the accused? Frame... Oh, the paper... What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Well, you were. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tiger, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you standing in here this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I have ever seen. Grr. It's still crazy how they just happen to have the same haircut. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Gulp. Hey, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. It's a matter of you drinking so much coffee that I'm surprised you're even alive at this point. In case you don't know, Trey, here in court, we deal with people's lives. Nuh. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor. Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tiger are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. How is that not enough evidence? You say you impersonated Glenn Elg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Nah. Is Gumshoe gonna show up soon? I feel like we need that to final evidence now. Ha. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You's got that. All he managed to do here is chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. There's a lot of coincidences in Ace Attorney, it's hilarious. Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite things about the series, is all the coincidences and all the things that don't quite add up, all the contradictions. This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tiger. Don't let him go yet. Your Honor, sir. Yay! Gumshoe to the rescue at last! I knew it had to happen eventually. Wait! Detective. Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What? What? Alright, let's get on with it. Seriously, we're taking another break? Why not just show the evidence there? Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prince, pal, from the medicine bottle. Oh, so do you know who the prince belonged to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. Hehehe. You bet. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're Furios Tigers paw prints, alright. That's great, we've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison into Glenn Elg's coffee. He's barely admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. It proves that he definitely met the victim. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Gumshoe, you have gotten us out of so many problems in the past. You are maybe the most useful guy in the series, to be fair. To be frank, I should say. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you get down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you a... Detective Gumshoe, wait. He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. It's only there was some way I could use it. Well, I feel like it proves at least some things. So, maybe we can use it still? Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Tripe. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more time... how much more of my time are we going to waste? I ain't been to no court before. But yous lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court. Alright. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Your Honor, naturally the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to Mr. Tiger. What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows that this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that pansy looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Phoenix! We're not gonna fake evidence, are we now? Mr. Tiger, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... Oh my god. I don't want to lie, but I feel like the right answer is potassium cyanide. I am going to save. And I'm gonna answer truthfully first and see what happens. As we know, this bottle contains What are you doing, Nick? What did you just tell Gumshoe and I outside in the lobby a few minutes ago? You said the fact that his prints are on this bottle makes no difference now. Oh yeah. Mr. Wright. If you think I'll allow you to indulge in speculation at this stage, you're wrong. Oops, looks like I better reconsider. Okay. I guess we're lying then and faking evidence. Phoenix is a liar, for shame. Yep, definitely for shame. We need to get in a circle around Phoenix and point at him and be like, shame! Mr. Tiger, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains potassium cyanide, but not really. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And in this bottle, Mr. Tiger, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? Ha 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 ha! You'd make a good clown, you know that? What? Yous ain't even gonna get this to stick. Yous just making me laugh now. You think a chief bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. This ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, no. This is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That chief piece of trash don't look nothing like it. Oh, well, he just outed himself. Got him, at last. What? Why is everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle... Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle cyanide was in. And yous ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that crazy looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Grr. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. Yous don't know who yous messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. Yous think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence is phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Well, Phoenix has just out himself for faking evidence, so... I think I see him, what is it? It keeps going to the tip of my tongue and then leaving. A find. I see a find in his future for faking evidence. Grr. There he goes again. What's going on? Oh no, is he gonna get away now? That was a cool effect, by the way. It looks like a blackout. Oh, well done, Trite. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. Why are you throwing coffee at him again? He didn't even do anything wrong this time. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Oh, good, he didn't get away. What was the blackout about? Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, and if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tiger, Mr. Godot? He is being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Mr. Bird was found... Again? Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of a genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furier Tiger is a truly frightening criminal. Ha! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot? Well, I am not in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant Maggie Bird not guilty. Yay! Finally, we did it. This is all. This court is adjourned. That is all. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick in the doorway. Hey, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. Wait! Detective Gumshoe? Oh yeah, congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. Just kiss already. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that he got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. I really wish she would. Honestly, I think they would make a cute couple, and Detective Gumshoe likes her so much, and it's painfully obvious. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove it to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said he said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? I actually really like weenies, you know? Maya, are you hungry again? Did did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Yeah, I've been streaming way longer than I thought I would. Is it okay if I eat this now? There we go. So, how's it, Maggie? It's it's really good. Aw. Well, hopefully she'll go forgive Gumshoe. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. I hope so. And that's the end of episode 3. And episode 4, Turnabout Beginnings, has been unlocked. And we'll be playing throughout that entire chapter tomorrow at 9 a.m. CST, because I always look up how long things are before I stream them, just to get an idea of how long a stream's gonna be. And this episode seemed pretty short, so I'm probably just gonna do the whole episode in one stream tomorrow. So check that out if you guys want to, and you know what? Why not? We'll watch the opening scene of the next episode. Just before I end. The girl. Let her go. Shut up. Come closer. And I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Bang. Heard episode 5 was super long. Yeah, I heard that as well. That's probably gonna be like... Well, I usually do 3 streams a week. That's probably gonna be a whole week of streams for me. I'm reading through the case file. It was the first case file of my long-time mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Terry Flaws. Charge kidnapping, murder. Death penalty. Fugitive movements. After escaping, Flawless met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours. I wasn't quite fast enough to read that. Her very first client was in death row. That was a whole year ago, before me and I ever met. Well, yeah, wasn't there something about her losing her first case? I guess we'll have to see how that happened. Alright, well, that'll probably be the end of the stream for me, so thank you all for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.